give them 15 minutes.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone who's here as well. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity for us to present the oversight report from the Audit and Risk Committee. I will start, Chair, for the sake of time, as they are trying to present the report. Firstly, Chair, let me start by apologizing to the committee that the report did not reach the committee within the prescribed time. It was circumstances that were beyond our control as the Audit and Risk Committee. Management was still engaging with the internal audit on the issues that have been raised, and they were trying to address those. So that actually delayed our sitting. But I think the good thing is that internal audit, which is our ears and eyes under our direction, they had already started with their work, and they were engaging with management to ensure that before the submission is made, we actually, they have addressed the issues. Chair, it is our responsibility as the Audit Committee to provide oversight with regards to governance, risk management and control. And that process includes as well the review of the APP, Chair. So the report that we're going to present outlines the oversight activities that we've done in us reaching at the conclusions that we've reached in as far as this report is concerned. I will go to the objectives. I'm now at slide 2, CAE. The objectives, Chair, we were directed by these objectives to ensure that we have a credible APP. We wanted to confirm that indeed it conforms with the revised framework for strategic plans and the annual performance plans and the guidelines in as far as implementation is concerned. We also wanted to confirm that there is alignment between the APP and the strategic outcomes and the legislative mandate of the department, which will enhance the usefulness of the reported performance. Also, the alignment between the NDP 2030 and the MDDP 2024-2029, and also the directives of the State of the Nation address by the President. We also wanted to confirm that the targets and the performance indicators are smart, meaning that the performance indicators are well-defined, measurable, time-bound, and the targets are realistic and achievable. Chair, key as well was the issue of risk management to ensure that management has identified the risks that might actually hamper the achievement of the objectives that are identified on the APP, and how those will actually be adequately mitigated. The alignment as well in as far as the budget is concerned. And lastly, Chair, to ensure that as we design the targets, we have actually looked into the prior baseline. Just a quick overview, Chair, in as far as the activities, our oversight activities are concerned. We have reviewed the APP, and we have also obtained assurance from management and also the internal audit department. We have sought clarity where clarity was actually needed and considered the inputs of internal audit in the process, and also to just monitor and ensure that prior findings that have been raised both by internal audit and the AG have actually been incorporated as we develop the APP. I won't talk to this table. I think management has went into depth in as far as that is concerned, and I will go to our observations, Chair. Chair, after the work that we have performed, we observed that the APP indeed does comply and conform with the revised framework for strategic plans and annual performance plans. We have also confirmed the alignment between this APP and also the MTDP and the strategic priorities and mandate of the department. Also, in as far as the smartness of the indicators is concerned, we have also confirmed that Indeed, the indicators and the targets are smart. However, there were issues that were actually raised by internal audit, which needed management to actually address, and those issues, some of them, they do touch on the smartness of the indicators. In as far as the risk management process is concerned, we have confirmed that indeed management has identified possible risks that might result in them not achieving that, and there are processes in place to actually manage those to ensure that they remain in an acceptable level within the risk appetite of the department. We were assured as well by management that this APP has been costed, and therefore we should be able to achieve our targets. However, they did indicate that there is a risk of potential shortfalls which may result from ad hoc activities that may emanate and other international engagements. Chair, the APP was also submitted to both the internal audit and also the Auditor General for them to do a review and add value into the process. Feedback to date have been received, as I've indicated, from internal audit. However, we have not yet received feedback from the AG in as far as their review is concerned. And Chair, for internal audit, they have identified 75 issues that were raised, value-adding issues, to management, and out of that, 59 of those issues, which represents about 79%, have been addressed, and there was one issue that was partially addressed, which is 1%, and 15 issues had not yet been addressed by the time of the submission, which represent 20%. I think the table there, Chair, just highlights the findings and how they were categorized. There's 8 categories of the findings, which range from compliance. There's also consistencies between the previous reported performance and what we're indicating in our APP. There's also technical indicator description issues as well that were actually raised there, to just name a few. And I think the table is also elaborative in as far as what was actually resolved, what was partially resolved, and what remains outstanding, Chair. Chair, maybe to just highlight 2 concerns of the Audit and Risk Committee. That will be on the internal audit side of things, where we have got the 20 issues, the 15 issues, the 20% that has not yet been addressed, and the one that was partially addressed, and also the issue that we had not yet received feedback from the Auditor General. So with regards to the issues that remain outstanding, we have advised management and internal audit to actually have a bilateral where they discuss the issues and confirm which of those issues will constitute material weaknesses and which are not material. And those that are not material will be addressed and closed adequately. And those that are material issues that have not yet been resolved, they will need that the department actually issue an erratum to ensure in line with the applicable legislation, Chair. With regards to the Auditor General, we have advised management to actually follow up on the issues or on the feedback with regards to the APP, and when that feedback is received, it will follow the same process where those issues that are actually significant will need to follow the process of an erratum, so that we can ensure that those are actually addressed. And we have advised management that they need to report in our next 4th quarter meeting in as far as the progress is concerned with regards to these issues. Chair, lastly, in terms of our recommendation will be that the management urgently as well capacitate the Directorate Strategic Planning and Reporting, which is responsible for the planning of the department and also the reporting on performance. This will ensure that there is efficiency and effectiveness in the reporting. Chair, in conclusion, as the Audit and Risk Committee, we are generally satisfied that the annual performance plan complies with the minimum requirements of the revised framework for strategic plans and the annual performance plans. And it also aligns with other related documents like the NDP and also the MTDP chair. And indeed, it will provide a reasonable basis for organizational performance monitoring, but subject, of course, to us addressing the issues, the remaining issues that have actually been identified by internal audit. Chair, that will be the end of the presentation from the Audit and Risk Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity then to thank you, DM, for your inputs, to the acting DG as well, the CFO, and everyone else that participated. We are then going to get into discussions. I think for me, just as we start the reflections on your APP, I think none of us in this room can say we do not have sympathy for the fact that you've got very little sense in your kitty. In fact, if you look at the 2.2 billion, you then transfer the bulk of that to the NYDA. We are going to see the contrast this week in the way you have to operate, and then we'll also visit the plush offices of the NYDA, where I think they spend 860,000 Rand a month on rent. And the question becomes then, how accessible are those offices to the young people they are meant to serve? In other words, can people really access those offices, and is that the best way of spending our money? And then, you know, if one had a little wand, we would have wanted you to keep some of those billions so that you don't have that small little kitty for the amount of work that you have to do. But as Dr. Leklapi also always reminds us that before we complain about this rands and cents, we have to make sure that the rands and cents we do have are actually spent well. And then the first question that I would ask is around the 8.1 million for events and functions. I'm not a big fan of that, because at the end of the day, there's no measurable, I don't often think that we can truly say that by spending that amount of money, there's a true tangible impact that we can trace. And then again, on your 20 million that you're going to be spending on overseas obligations, yes, we understand you have to represent us at various platforms, but are all those trips that you are envisaging to take, are they all necessary? And I want to say that also in the last process with our budget vote, we made several recommendations. I don't think any, or I would say the bulk of them were not taken on board. And as I said, as we walk this journey together as our department and this portfolio committee that want to lobby for more money for you, I think our recommendations are always well meant and well thought through. And for example, we said there last year, we raised a concern around consultants, and I think this time around there's a 6-fold increase in the use of consultants. I think for the 2025-2026 financial year, it was 6.3 million. Now we are proposing 37.8 million to be spent on consultants. And I think we only got a justification in the slides here for 5.5 million. So maybe we also need to just get an indication, a breakdown, a value for money justification for these consultants. And then there's one thing that really concerns me. We say the APP is forward-looking, it is ambitious, and of course, that is what we want. But there's a slide that says weaknesses and threats. And then you speak about the disjuncture in your operations. There's a lack of alignment and coordination between different facets of departments' work, which creates inefficiencies and reduces overall effectiveness. You speak about a limited influence that you as a department has got. You speak about the inadequate shared understanding of mainstreaming, which is one of your core functions. You speak about resource constraints, limited digitization, and superficial integration. You say, while frameworks and policies may look cohesive on paper or good on paper, the real-world implementation often lacks depth, leading to limited tangible outcomes. And that really concerns me, because we cannot on the one hand say we've got an ambitious APP and then we list all the threats and weaknesses, and it seems to then speak to whether we'll be able to successfully execute this APP. And I think what we need to know as a committee then, what are some of the mitigating strategies that we will put in place to deal with all of these weaknesses that you've listed? And I think it's good that you highlight them, because I think they are also of concern to this portfolio committee. But I will ask some questions again towards the end. I want to start off with the Honourable Khadebe, followed by the Honourable Mqunu, Dr. Leklape, and then we'll go to Honourable Mayalola, will be the first four. You will ask your questions, and then we'll ask DM and Acting DG and team to respond. I think in the first round you can respond to some of the issues that I've raised, but we will take it in that fashion so that we don't lose some of the questions along the way. So over to you, Bongani.
Thank you very much, Chair. My input or my question will go to the first presentation of the department. The issue of adolescent and teenage pregnancy remain a serious challenge that direct affects the well-being of young women and girls, school retention and intergenerational poverty. States of South Africa, SA, and the Department of Health continue to report concerning rates of teenage pregnancies across the provinces. This matter it's very serious. I saw the department has an action plan, a 5-year plan, of which the 5-year plan, I don't think it will work because the matter is getting out of hand. Each day, teenage pregnancy is rising. Kids, they are no longer kids as we want, so we need quick interventions. Firstly, maybe what I wanted to ask, because this task is not only for us, these committees, for Department of Education, Health, I don't know, Chairperson, if can we integrate that program for all of us so that you can speak with one voice. We don't have different programs, different voices, but we want a common goal or we want to achieve one objective. But for now, the questions maybe that I will have for the department, prevention and education, what comprehensive sexual education programs we are currently implementing in school or in our society or in our homes, because we need to have one program where we'll talk about this. Sometimes the child gets pregnant not intentionally because someone did something to the child. So what are we doing about that? Are we talking about it here, or are we doing something by having an educational program? And we must talk about this thing openly, so not to say we're talking about here strategic session, this work is for social workers, this work is for teachers. We need to have those strategic programs that will assist our society where the parents are included as well. Do they get the healthcare support? Teenage girls, sometimes they will afraid to go to hospitals or clinic because they will know the treatment won't be okay. Why are you pregnant so early at this early age, and they'll be judged. So these are the questions that we need to ask. Do they get psychological social support? If they do, where must they go for these services? So, because Chairperson, it's a concern, we need to have a way forward to assist these kids. And we thank you very much for the department to bring this matter to our attention so that we can tackle this matter for early stage pregnancy and adolescence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. My first question, it's about the issue of disability inclusion. How will the department ensure systemic and large-scale accessibility and inclusion beyond limited monitoring targets? How many public facilities will be fully accessible in 2026-27? What is the timeline for universal accessibility compliance? How are departments held accountable for non-compliance with disabilities policies? What role does the private sector play in inclusive employment? The other question is about WYPD mainstreaming machinery. How effective are WYPD machineries in driving really implementation rather than meetings and coordination processes? How is effectiveness of these structures measured and audited? What changes have resulted from these machineries at community level? The third question is about AXA feedback delay. The APP was submitted to the Auditor General, but feedback is still outstanding. Why has this delay occurred? And how does it affect the credibility of the APP? The last one is about weak performance indicators. The Act notes that some indicators lack clarity, specificity, and measurability. Why were these indicators approved in their current form? Which programs are most affected by weak indicators? When will revised, fully compliant indicators be submitted to the Parliament? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mqunu. Doc?
Thank you, Chair. My questions will dovetail to some of the questions that have been raised. The Acting Director General speaks of an NSP for teenage pregnancy. Can we hear more about that? Can you elaborate on how the communities get involved? Fathers, boys, the Department of Social Development, the DOH role, links to matters of statutory rape and criminalization of teenage pregnancies as to opposed to policing sex with minors. Just to hear what's really happening so that we can't just be having talk shops all over, but the impact on society is non-existent. Teenage pregnancy rates are going up. And in terms of outcomes that we set ourselves, do we know what the teenage pregnancy rates are? Do we have mitigating steps? Do we have plans that say we need to reduce it to this number so that we have targets that relate to changes in society rather than paper targets? Goal 7, you talk about socioeconomic transformation and empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disability. Where's the intersections with small business development, trade, labor? You know, do you consider making sure that women are compensated for doing the task of raising the nation? In most civilized countries, that is recognized as work and that is rewarded by the state. What that would do to empower women when they are recognized for what they do for the nation. Would it be of any assistance if we came up with thoughts of creating a development agency for women and a development agency for persons with disabilities? When I look at the disparities of funding, where there's huge monies going to the NYDA, can we not create similar structures to attract funding and hopefully be able to use it better than the NYDA uses those resources? Because we seem to have the appetite to resource things where there would be purchasing power and transactions. But that would really bring resources to those areas. You speak of removing unfunded mandates. So my question is to the DM, Minister in absentia, the DG, and all of your senior officials, how are you going to re-engineer doing better with what we have? By restructuring our structures. We talk about, you employ at this level, then the person resigns because there's no support. There needs to be a review of our organogram in terms of how it is structured so that we can get better return on the monies that we have. And it doesn't have to be structured like other departments are. We want to see that creativity. Now, we talk about measuring outcomes. And I need to hear more about what does that mean. When you talk about GBF, we talk about a woman murdered every 3 hours, that's 8 a day. Do we have outcomes that say, in terms of the collective efforts that we have, we want to reduce it to 6 by 2028 and bring it down to 4 by 2030, so that we can relate what is it that we do? Has it got an effect with what happens in society in terms of the things that can be measured? You know, I've said the same thing about pregnancy rate. Now, on international participation, one of the things that I've observed as I've participated in those is that African countries go to this commitments with huge delegations. The fact that there's a commitment does not mean you have to take half the department with you. You'll see Scandinavian countries in the health sector where I was come with a lean team. And African countries come with half the department. And they live at the most expensive hotels. So for me, I'm not saying we should participate in those things, but we can participate in accordance with our pocket. And lastly, to the audit team, how do you correlate the work that you do and the findings of the Auditor General? How do we get them to be on the same page? Or are you doing totally different work from what we get from the Auditor General? And how do we coalesce the two? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Doc. Honorable Polwane.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Our DM, our Minister in absentia, the members of Parliament and our officials. Chair, if I'll repeat what Honorable Tlapa says, because it's what I want to say. Because we as politicians, we are here by purpose. I don't know, I was outside, but mine, I just want to welcome all the presentations, and they are straightforward. We can understand them, but the only thing that I want to ask, Chair, is what is burning inside me. Yes. Chair, in our country, we have crisis, unemployment, especially youth, the graduate one. Do the department have the plan for poverty reduction, the implementation strategy? Because you cannot sit here and talk about the plans, but we don't implement them, whereas we have got the crisis of unemployment. The other thing, Chair, maybe I've got only a few questions. How is the department measure the real impact on the unemployment, GPV reduction and disability exclusion beyond the reporting on activity and the output? Maybe the next question is, how will the department verify the data in the system, generating reporting or the attendant register? The last question is, since the President declared the GPVF as the national crisis, what is the implementation status of the National Council for Gender-Based Violence and Femicide? That's only a few questions that I have, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Polwane. Honorable Mayalola. And then we'll go for answers.
be created. So can the department indicate precisely where in the APP, where it commits to real jobs to be created or facilitated in the 2026-2027? I mean, how many jobs will, how many people will be employed as a result of this plan and by when? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mailola. We're now gonna, you'll be the first of the next round. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. DM, please can you lead your team in the first round of responses, then we'll take a second round of questions thereafter.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair, and thanks to members for asking these questions. Maybe let me allow the officials first to respond, and I will come right at the end. I'll also handle the issue around teenage pregnancy, which came from Dr. Letlape and Honorable Khadebe.
Thank you, DM. Chair, may I, through you, just ask colleagues to respond. Remakiti on international relations, Dr. Pravina and Rebeni on issues of disabilities. If you can respond. I do note we don't have colleagues from Program 2 who will respond to those issues. CFO, I don't know if we have anything, but we will respond on issues of consultation for colleagues that are responsible. Retami on matters on the ARC. Can I just check, Remakiti? You can start.
Thank you very much, Acting DG. In terms of the international relations, I noted a critical question about the participation of the delegations, especially when it comes to participation by African countries, which seem to be taking a lot of big delegations to these multilateral engagements. I think in terms of the approach that we use in the department, we try and minimize these delegations to a very minimum number. For example, if for example, the Honorable Deputy Minister just came back from a critical engagement on youth forum under ECOSOC. She was actually accompanied by 3 officials. That is from her office, it was just her assistant. But in terms of the content, because we then need to cover the content, we were having 2 officials from the department. So that's how normally we structure our delegations. Because of the limited financial resources that we do have, we do put that into consideration as we organize the delegations to go and fulfill this mandate of the country. What also guides us, honorable members, is the issue of the thematic areas of the particular engagement. If perhaps there are other priorities that will be discussed during those engagements, we also extend the invitations to the other line function departments to send at least 1 official or so to come and help us in terms of dealing with those critical issues, so that we are able to provide the clear position for the country as we participate in those international engagements. But indeed, we do considerate the minimum participation of our delegations as we participate in these engagements. I think that was the only question that I noted from my end. Thanks, ADG.
Thank you. I think there were a number of questions on how we increase disability inclusion and also reaching then to monitoring and employment, etc., which I will touch on. And then Benny will cover the area of the advocacy and the machineries. Now, I just want to highlight in terms of the department in the Chief Directorate Governance and Regulations, it is just 3 officials. That's myself as the Chief Director. We have 1 director and a deputy director. That's the long and short of the staff complement, which is responsible to do all the monitoring across national, provincial, local spheres of government including the private sector in terms of disability inclusion. So what we have decided to do is we would monitor the annual we will put together the annual progress report by monitoring all departments' progress in terms of their reporting that they give to us, and also looking at their annual reports based on the 9 pillars of the white paper. And in order to strengthen the inclusion, we would present the annual progress report to Cabinet. Because we currently do not have a Disability Act, etc., accountability is then put, when we put the report to Cabinet, we indicate all the departments who have not reported. It is unfortunately what we've had to do in order to ensure that there was some sort of accountability, and where departments felt that, you know, there would be some enforceability in the Cabinet itself. And that's what we have been doing so far to help with monitoring inclusion, so that different departments going forward would ensure that they would actually report, number one. Number two, provide us with evidence in terms of the reporting, because it's clear that we as the department who are monitoring, we are not the implementers of all these indicators across the 9 pillars. So that is the first part. The second part was, what we did was to strengthen monitoring itself at the different service delivery sites. And as you would see, we've included 50 service delivery sites monitored over the 5-year strategic plan. However, what we have done is, in every monitoring site that we go to, we actually have included a capacity building within that particular province or municipality, whichever it is that we're doing, so that we can actually capacitate persons on the ground, disability focal points, persons with disabilities, organizations of persons with disabilities, offices of the Premier in that vicinity, so that they can then do self-monitoring as well. So what we do is we capacitate them, we take them through the monitoring tool, we then do a walkabout on one site, and thereafter we split up into teams so that they can actually go through the different service delivery sites, and afterwards we come back and we put together intervention plans where we put down that after 6 months we will come back to this particular site, where we will look at the report that they have put together in terms of the short-term, medium-term, and long-term interventions that we have found in terms of monitoring that particular site. And what we then say to the different provinces is, now you are capacitated to do this monitoring, because we have 3 officials in the national office. We do not have a provincial footprint to go and monitor all the service delivery points across the country. So if we capacitate you, and you then capacitate others within your provinces right down to your municipalities and at local level, that is how we as the department is going to be able to make that impact on the ground. And as there's advice, technical guidance required, we then as the department make ourselves available to provide that. And this is the whole intent in terms of this particular indicator. I want to add then, in terms of the employment, during the 25-26 financial year, we actually put together a circular which we worked very closely with the Department of Public Service and Administration, because when we took the 6th report, where we went to Cabinet and we held departments accountable, and we said, clearly we're only meeting 1.2% of the employment equity target for persons with disability. It's way beneath the 2.5% that we're supposed to achieve for the MTSF. And the President then took on our recommendation and said, Cabinet recommends that all departments should work towards 7% by 2030. What we found was there was nothing, the status quo still remained. So we as the department put together the circular and convinced and strong-armed very much the DPSA to work with us to release the circular. And we were quite fortunate that by March 2026, there was Circular 19 of 2026 was released after the SONA, where they then said that, yes, in the public sector, that we must reach 7%, all departments, by 2030, which I think was a big victory for us as the department to ensure that this circular was then achieved. What we then did was we put together a practice note as the department to say, fine, there's the circular here, but we know that government departments are going to struggle with implementation. So we have given them a practice note in terms of guidance on how they must implement this circular that's out there to say, this year, 26-27, there must be 5% persons with disabilities across all levels, from junior right through to executive manager level within departments. And this is one of the things that we have done to ensure to increasing the employment of persons with disabilities from the stance in our mandate that we hold. Unfortunately, when it comes to the private sector, we were told that it is the Employment Equity Act that governs the percentage and the target. And it is a 3% target that is in the regulations of the Department of Employment and Labor currently. And that is, they are aiming for 3% by 2030. And this is something we are working with together with the Ministry of Employment to try and ensure that we try and align these regulations in terms of also us as the public service, we're leading by example at least, and we are going to work very closely with them. However, in terms of the private sector, we will continue to coordinate, educate, advocate wherever the private sector requires us to do so, to provide that sort of sensitization, advocacy, etc., to help with including more and more persons with disabilities in the private sector. I just want to touch on one other thing regarding international conferences. When it comes to persons with disabilities, there's only one big conference in the year, which is the Conference of State Parties when it comes to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And when this convention, when we first ratified this convention, civil society was very much, and I'm sure all of you know nothing about us without us. And currently, for the past number of years, we have not been able to take civil society representatives with us because of the budget of the department. And this is something that we really need to try and show some sort of will in this instance to be able to ensure that 1 or 2 delegates come from civil society that we as a country can actually take along with us. And this is just one thing that, as part of the disability sector, we constantly getting this sort of feedback, and it's something that we also need to consider. And as much as we're looking at small delegations within the department itself, we also need to try, because our civil society organizations, the disability sector, do not have the funding, we need to try and see how we can look at bringing resources to the table from other areas to try and ensure that nothing about us actually becomes a reality. I think, ADG, that's from my side. I think Benny can respond to the other areas.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. I'll deal with 2 aspects of the questions that were raised. First one is the operationalization of the National Disability Rights Machinery. Yes, it's operational according to my name is Benny Padime. I'm the director responsible for advocacy and mainstreaming in the rights of persons with disabilities. Yes, so with regard to the machinery, we are guided by the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, specifically with regard to 7.1, which prescribes the parties in the machinery. So you've got your Chapter 9 institutions, departments, government departments, local government, provinces, and you also have the civil society and the Chapter 9 institutions, as I've said, and also the state-owned entities as well as the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Office. So the machinery looks at the plans. The honorable member was asking around the aspect of universal design action plans. Yes, the machinery has shifted from a reporting platform to a consultative platform and planning platform. So we do that with everyone who is a member. They present, and those universal design and access plans are plans that are around basically for the 4 frameworks: universal design and access, reasonable accommodation, awareness raising, and also self-representation. So those are the 4 guiding frameworks. And of course, then we expect them to plan around the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, the pillars, the 9 pillars thereof. Then, how it functions is that the machinery presents as a formation. We reach agreements, we find solutions, we draft resolutions, and we take those resolutions into government. So basically, it's the machinery that determines the national disability rights agenda of the country. When we come to the portfolio committee, we come having consulted with the national disability rights machinery. Although it's not a statutory body, it's not legislated, it's a forum. So perhaps we would want to ask for an opinion from the honorable members as to whether should we then include it in the bill, the current bill, or what should we do? Should we keep it as a forum that is consultative and so forth? So that's how the platform works. We've got a management committee. We meet twice a year. The management committee meets twice as well. So that's where we actually look at the participation of this machinery and how we could strengthen that machinery. So that's how it functions. As to whether the attendance is fairly good, yes, it's, well, more or less 85–90% to that extent, but we probably can do better than that. With regard to universally designed plans, I've already spoken about that. There's also a process of following roundtables. For instance, we would want to ask one department, for instance, just as the National Transport Conference has happened, one department that can put forward a summit on disability with regard to its own focus. But then in our case, we would then assist them to ensure that their plans are universally accessible, are universally designed, are user-friendly for persons with disabilities, and how is this plan going to benefit, which was a direct question from the honorable member. How are these plans benefiting persons with disabilities? We measure those plans in terms of reviewing them from time to time, and also my colleague, Dr. Pravina, is on the reporting side. So when the government departments come and report, we verify what they have said. So that when they submit the report to her, it's a verifiable report supported by a portfolio of evidence or evidence-based type of report. Now we also, in terms of advocacy programs, you have seen there's also a year-long program. We've decided that we're not gonna do things in the old way where you have your National Disability Rights Awareness Month and then it disappears for 11 months. Then it comes again in November, December, thereabout. So this time it's a year-long program. You would have seen that we started, basically the first day we started in Parliament with the Minister, where we were speaking to persons with autism, and also accepted the memorandum which we are following with the Department of Basic Education, Health, Social Development, and other related departments. So we are doing that on a month-to-month basis. That's why we call it a year-long program. It's 365 days campaign, year-long program. We are implementing the awareness framework, awareness raising framework in that regard. DREM really just comes right at the end, Disability Rights Awareness Month. It comes at the end where we, of course, expose persons with disabilities who are out there doing good things. You know, we also assist those that are really at the bottom of the ladder. You know, as a department, we could have symposiums, we could have seminars, actually we do have also capacity building programs for departments. Maybe, where you find that we have a day-long engagement with a specific department with a specific focus on that topic only. And we are assisting there to ensure that this is entrenched into the program, entrenched in a manner that it is a deliverable. You know, as we talk about employment, we give them a percentage. We talk about land redistribution, it's a percentage of 7%. Procurement, straight 7%. And this is measurable at the end of the day, of course. We work with Department of Public Service and Administration to measure how the public service is performing through the job access strategy. So those are the interventions that we do from time to time, except the development of policy and also ensuring that we look at law reform as a major part of our work in the advocacy work. Thank you very much.
Rebeni, may I ask colleagues that we be a bit succinct in our responses? May I ask Rembazima, Emmanuel, and then I think it's fine we can handle then ARC. Thank you.
Thanks, ADG. I think there was a question from Dr. Letlap. How do we re-engineer our organizational structure to ensure that we deliver with what we have? I think it's a very good question, Doc. In the era of digitalization now, unfortunately, public service, they don't subscribe to a flattened structure, the hierarchical one that DPSA continuously, also in terms of the regulation, we continue looking at that. But I think 2 weeks back, the Deputy President launched the Human Resource Development Council, and one of the recommendations moving forward is to look in terms of the skill set that the public service need to adopt and adjust to. And one of it that was propagated, let me put it that way, is the data science, which is this artificial intelligence. It will assist us in moving forward so that if we have broadened the skill set, it means if I am, as a Chief Director of Corporate Management, there are a lot of work that I can do instead of, you can do more as a person over and above managing people, then I can always do my own work at a particular level, because with the revised skills that we need for the public service is for the individual public servants contribute in terms, you become a general as opposed to sometimes majority of them, they want to specialize. So especially that. So that's what we're going to do that, following that. So it means we'll do more with. And then we automate repetitive works. There are a lot of repetitive works that we need to automate. I'm just giving an example. If you automate a leave, for instance, the application of the leave, instead of doing the paperwork, the manual one, you do it, then it can reduce quite a number of people, and it can, in terms of the flow of work, the efficiency on it, we can do as quickly as possible. I'm just giving leave, performance management, and range of other things. If we automate, then you can reduce the number of warm bodies in administration and redirect that funding probably into core programs that are delivering the services. So in short, moving forward is the skill set that we need to look at it, and then obviously we automate the digitalization, then the efficiency on its own can assist the department in delivering more, because obviously the core function, they will have a database of all range of stakeholders the information that they need, they can retrieve that information as quickly as possible. So if we automate our system, digitalize, then we can able to deal with that. Of course, it comes with a skill set. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think there were two questions that were raised that relate to the work that we do. The first one will be how internal audit work correlate with the work that the AG do. Chair, the two key stakeholders in the assurance process, and they all report to us as the Audit and Risk Committee. I mean, the internal audit and also the Auditor General. And the work that they do is risk-based audits. So meaning that the work that they do is actually directed by the highest ranking risks of the department. So therefore, it means that indeed there has to be correlation between the two, as the basis of actually developing their work comes from the same source, which is actually the risks that are facing the department. And also, as the Audit and Risk Committee, when the internal audit plans are actually submitted to us for approval, and also the audit strategy of the AG and the engagement letter, we always ensure that there is collaboration and inputs and deliberations that were sought between the two as they actually develop the plans that will be tabled to us. But I think to just take it a bit further, you will therefore find that internal audit mostly will focuses on the adequacy and the effectiveness of the controls within the department. And then you have your Auditor General focusing mostly on the creditability of the financial statements as they are being presented. However, to a certain extent, there are controls and procedures that they will look at which do align, and obviously at a financial level, the Auditor General will actually take it to another level by actually going in and look at, documents that actually support the AFS. But I think in as far as the APP and the performance reporting is concerned, the internal audit is an assurance provider or a line before the external audit actually comes in. And therefore they become our ears and eyes to ensure that we are able to identify weaknesses before the AG comes, and we are actually able to actually correct those to ensure that everything that we have at that point will be functioning correctly. And I think we've seen it also work for us as the department. You would see that in our meetings, there's several issues that will be raised by internal audit, which are raised for management to actually fix those. And when they are fixed, indeed, you will find when the AG comes, if you look at our issues that the AG raises on the performance, we do have a clean audit or probably insignificant issues that will actually be raised. So that therefore means that internal audit will therefore be doing its part to be that line before and ensure that they identify the weaknesses and they are corrected timely. There was also the question that related to the submission of the APP to the AG, and why there were delays in that and feedback not being received. I think management can address the issue of the delay, but the second part of it was to say, now, what do we do with the issues that, let's say feedback comes tomorrow and there's issues that actually needs to be fixed. And that's one of the aspects that we actually covered in our report, that it might be that because the APP has already been approved and submitted, it might be that the only way to actually deal with any significant issues that may arise from the Auditor General is actually to follow that legislated process of actually issuing an erratum and make sure that the corrections can be made after the fact. So that might be the only issue to actually address that after the fact. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I will respond to two issues. I think there was a question from one of the honorable members on the issue of machinery forums. Should I introduce myself again? Okay. The name is Emmanuel Hanaga from the department in the youth development component. Thank you, Chair. So I was about to say that on the question of youth machinery forums and how do we really make them more effective, I think currently in the APP we are zooming into a focus on the decisions that are taken at the machinery forums, right? So for us as the youth forum, we'll be tracking the level of implementation of the decisions that we take, such that we strengthen, the impact of the forum itself, to the sense that whatever is decided by the sector is implemented within the time that is specified. I think this will be crucial in ensuring that there is transparency around what we are deciding and how we are implementing that. But secondly, we can expand on what we've been able to achieve thus far. If I can give just one or two examples, the Youth Forum is really a platform for best practices, learning from each other's best practices. So if you are a youth focal point in Mpumalanga and we are meeting with youth focal points from private sector, from civil society, and even other provinces, you are able to learn from what they are doing. Case in point, there's this point of the youth funds that are currently being implemented in most of the provinces in the country. That concept started in one of the provinces, KZN to be precise. They came and presented it to the Youth Forum, and then other provinces got interested in what that fund is actually achieving. And they were able to then learn from KZN, have study tours to the province, and that fund has been able to expand to provinces like Mpumalanga. It has been able to expand to provinces like Limpopo, only through the platform that the forum provides. So we'll continue with that advocacy. We'll continue with ensuring that stakeholders are able to network amongst themselves through that particular forum. Secondly, and the last point will be on the issue of youth employment. I think members will be aware of the interventions that we've had in our annual performance plans over the past few years, specifically the issue of the SANDF-led NYS, which had a target of around 100,000 young people participating there. We are continuing with that work, even though it's not particularly in our APP. But what we are promoting in the annual performance plan is the issue of the interventions that are focusing on ensuring economic participation of young people. And there we're not talking about just a mere workshop or a one-day event, but we're talking about a programmatic, multifaceted intervention, which will ensure that we are looking at levers such as preferential procurement for young people. We are looking at levers such as jobs set aside for young people, levers such as investment partnerships, expanding skills for young people to ensure that they are able to tap into opportunities. Sometimes if you look at what research is saying, you'll find that there are opportunities that are coming up in the country, but some of the young people do not have the knowledge and the skill to can easily tap into those opportunities. So through these programs, we'll be expanding into those skills, empowerment, mentorship of young people, engaging international and local partners, all of this based on what is the existing economic research saying around both opportunities and skills that young people are needing. Our DM has spoken about the issue of the jobs drive, which is a very important platform that we are going to be implementing as part of these particular economic interventions to ensure that young people are prioritized and they are able to access opportunities that are there across the private sector, but also across the government. So some of these details, we are finalizing them. We're going to be bringing forth a concept document that is going to be presented formally and properly to the members. But at this point, we've identified these two crucial economic interventions as part of our levers to ensure that young people can then access opportunities in the jobs market. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to try to just jump in on some of the outstanding. Apologies, Chair. We thought to give in-depth responses by asking the colleagues that are involved in the work. In terms of just maybe clubbing some of the issues relating to the events, and I think colleagues were also responding to that to some extent, whether it's the machinery or the interventions that we place. In the slides that CFO was presenting, you will note that many of them are what we call interventions, what are defined as events. So a key purpose to some of the work that we do is that we have leveraging what we call the power to convene as the department. So what we have been doing is to convene various stakeholders on specific matters, and we're using a mechanism of an event or a campaign to get them in the room and to speak about, for example, intervention in agriculture. We will get the department responsible for agriculture, what are their interventions they are undertaking, aligned with women across in the communities in that specific event. And then we will speak about what is happening, what are the plans, how do they get hold of understanding, what are the new intervention or linkage up. We will also bring in some of the women that have benefited from the very same interventions. So I'm not gonna list all of them, but just to give example of what has been clubbed as event and campaign to an extent is what we call intervention. These are high-level convening platform for the department to facilitate for linking the actual sector departments and the women or youth or persons with disability and understanding what government is doing. The other responsibility we're utilizing this campaign or event is that, as Mr. Khanaka was talking, it also become a platform for us, given that we do not have sufficient capacity, that as a department, instead of engaging departments one-on-one, we will then have the full capacity of the department in a meeting and take them through a strategy, how to implement a strategy using some of the tools that we have. So to some extent, you will see we have the GRPB MEA sessions there. So that's what we do in those sessions. We will go through the department, take them through various strategies that we have, how we implement, what are expectations in terms of reporting lines. If they have challenges, we have those very sessions to then engage on those. So this cut across number of what we've clubbed as event and campaign. And I think to a greater extent with issues of commemoration, I think Minister touched to them, I don't really have to repeat. We can't as a department not really take a strong position in terms of how are we going to commemorate for Women's Month, for Youth Month, for the 16 days of activism, and etc. So I just thought maybe to just clap in terms of what the events and campaign as they are projected in that. Chair, you would also note that if you look at the amount, to a larger extent, to some we are actually reducing the amount. We're pushing for virtual engagement. We might be paying for trying to have live engagement or for sign language interpretation and such. So those are some of the things that are coming in. But to another understanding is that we also want to provide space for, especially when you're looking at an event like Women in Trade, wanting to bring women into a space to have an opportunity to showcase what they are doing. And that in itself, it requires a lot of funding and coordination and that power to convene that the department has been able to do across government and bringing in various stakeholders to lead on this. The other point, it relates to the international relations. I think DM has actually touched on it. The fallback or the pushback on matters that relates to gender, to women, have really become increasingly in a number of platforms across the world. And what we have seen is that South Africa has been able to be the voice that really stands to some of the issues. We've seen this through the CSW. I think some of the engagement that the DM has been in. We do note and acknowledge that there might be consideration in terms of the delegation, and we have been doing that to an extent to reduce the delegation. When it's officials meetings, I think we have really managed to do that because technical level we can send one expert. But when meetings are ministerial meetings,
Minister cannot necessarily, go to such engagement alone. She will require the technical team and the team that she works with. But we have been, I think, if we are able to showcase, being able to tie down that responsibility. So for official meetings, I think that's where we have more of a leverage, but our political principles are normally supported to ministerial meetings to that extent. There is, I think they spoke to issues of the organizational structure. I think we do try where it's possible to really be a little bit agile, but we are also limited in terms of structural organization. I think one of the issues that I am just raising it is that there's also a complexity within the department because we have 3 sectors work. Women, youth, and persons with disability. There is an extent where they have to be distinct in how they do your work, and there is opportunity of integration. And in looking at this re-engineering, being creative, all of this needs to be taken into consideration. The current structure as such, you would see that there's the rights of women, rights of youth, and rights of persons with disabilities, which means that that in itself is an element of separation, but you have Program 3 that then horns and bring all of this together. So there is, I think there is a space to say we are going to try to be agile, to be creative, but we also need to understand that to some extent some of this mandate are detached by design. And how then do we facilitate for that? But we do take the point, I think as Remba Zima was talking, there's a space for us as a department to look at how do we automate systems to move away from manual systems that are currently pulling a lot of resources that could have been utilized differently. Okay, colleagues responded to some of this. The matter around the outstanding issues with the Auditor General, I have been notified that they have, when they received the report, they've requested that because they have a new manager in place, they would look at this report later on. So we were asked to then submit without their input. We will then check, perhaps we'll give a fuller report in terms of the status of the AGSA report. The matters around clarifications of the indicators and what is happening based on the internal audit. As the ARC reported, they did indicate to say we have actually responded to a number of questions that they raised around the measurability of indicators and the design of the indicators. And we have responded to that particular matter. Okay, so I think that's covered in that space. The teenage pregnancy DM said we'll respond to. We responded to, okay, there was another matter that was raised. Dr. Leklape, on the issues of, how do we look at the issues of socio-economic, quantification, as well as how do we look at the work that women do. We are, and also in the APP, have put the work to develop the strategy on care economy. And care economy, in actual fact, looks at the work, the household responsibility that women do that is not attached to any form of payment. So we're wanting to put the strategy together. This has been one of the key priorities during the G20, the Empowerment of Women Working Group, where we have been outlining this number of policy briefs that we put out in terms of care economy and what are the strategies we need to undertake to start to recognize care economy, including work of equal value, and in terms of the pay, how is discharged. I think for now we should be able to share with the portfolio some of the strategies that were presented during the G20 on care economy in its holistic positioning, and the work that we are undertaking as a country to also assist the AU in putting together this national strategy on care economy. Maybe DM will respond, do we facilitate for having development agencies for women, for persons with disability? I think it's a welcome suggestion. What it means is some of those modalities that we might want to unpack and understand, but I'm actually a bit excited about the prospect of that development, but I think it's an idea for consideration. I think colleagues responded
Yeah,
to
I
a number
think we
of this.
need to, I want to just pause here because we've still got 5 members that
Okay.
must ask questions and we've got 45 minutes left. DM, can I please ask that if all the issues that you want to respond to, can you do so in your closing remarks? You are taking notes. I didn't hear an explanation about the 6-fold increase in consultants, but maybe you will do so. Do you want to do so now or?
Okay, so, sorry, my apologies, I forgot to respond to that. So what we have in the consultancy chair, if you look at it largely, is that indication of the challenge of capacity that we have. So if you look at the work that is covered under capacity, we're talking to, under consultancy, we're talking to the evaluation study. We actually have 2 colleagues that do evaluation. And if you want to do a government-wide impact on the gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluation, it becomes impossible to have those 2 colleagues to then go and conduct that evaluation study for the entire duration of the year to do that. So if we're looking at the consultations that have been placed here, there's a number of studies, Dr. Pravina touched on it, and because of the actual, not necessarily the current rate in terms of the market value of these studies. So the biggest push has been because of where the rent is currently. So it's the market value to the extent that pushes the study, not necessarily that we have added additional consultant requirements. But just to give an example, so the analysis of plans, that is all the provincial government departments' plans. We analyze them for the extent to which they are responsive to women, youth, and persons with disability. So our estimate, given what we spent last year, is that there is an increase of at least around 100 and 150,000 rand. And that in itself, that's what a little bit spike of some of the understanding that we put. So maybe to just cover it up, largely is because of what the market value is currently in terms of the expected cost. And this is the work that requires significant support. We have 1 colleague in disability, and to put in the nerve center concept paper, that support is happening. What we're also doing, Chair, to try to reduce, we do work with partners where it's possible. To then have some technical support to take some of the work. These are the estimated costs that we plan, but when we have partners that can be able to work with us, whether it's UN Women, UNFPA, so we've been working with those, then we are able to then reduce some of the costs, but the biggest drivers for the shift between the 2 is largely what the market is to date.
Okay. So basically, in a nutshell, some of your core responsibilities, such as monitoring and evaluation, because of your lack of staff, you outsource that. So even the monitoring and evaluation around the APPs of other departments, you could take it out to tender, you advertise, you get consultants to do that work. In essence, because your programs have got limited staff members, you outsource it.
Maybe, Chair, I think it's also imperative to acknowledge the role played by institutions of higher learning. Some of the capacity, of knowledge production and evidence-based, it's linked to the work done by institutions of higher learning, researchers, specialists in those areas. So while you want to maybe get to the point of outsourcing, but I don't want us to reduce this to outsourcing. We are trying to leverage a responsibility we have around evidence-based policymaking, evidence-based programming for the entire government. So you will look at what has been presented in the slides. There are a couple of research, realignment, reviews that informs government programming, and that is aligned to what we must produce from the aspect of gender equality, the issues of youth development, and also inclusion aspect, particularly for persons with disability. So I don't want us to reduce this to outsourcing. We just need to look at what is then built in to collaborate with institutions of higher learning, but also to appoint consultants to assist with the capacity of the department.
Thank you, DM. Honorable Tsotetsi.
Well, thank you, Chair. And then Acting DG, I'm happy with your characterization of these events and campaigns. You say they're interventions. Now, I'm happy with that. Now, in these interventions, I see, I've been counting them, you have 11 planned. And then those 11 interventions are primarily based in 3 provinces. Did you not see the need to perhaps extend some of these interventions to provinces that are not covered here? See, there's always KZN, Gauteng, a bit of Mpumalanga there, but mainly they are in this province. Is there a reason for that? And is there no need, in your view, to touch other areas, to intervene in other areas? Now, still staying in these interventions, I realize that you intend to spend just over 800,000, 813,000 in a workshop. Now, this workshop, you say that you anticipate to have 500 people attending it. I just wanted to check who will be the beneficiaries of this workshop. I see that it intends to probably workshop people on the question of gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring and evaluation, and auditing framework. Does this, are part of the beneficiaries in this workshop drawn from other entities of government, so that when you drive an idea of gender responsive budgeting, you know that as a consequence of this workshop, it would have extended to other departments, and in that way, you will have advocated for the rights of women through other to other departments. So I'm just interested, who are the beneficiaries of this thing, and what is its long-term contribution in enforcing the important gender responsive budgeting. There is also another event wherein you intend to spend 5 million. You have just touched a bit on it, Acting DG. You intend there to convene approximately 1,000 beneficiaries. You say they are women in trade in KZN. I'm interested in you taking us through firstly, maybe articulate what is the criteria of collecting these women in trade who are going to be at the workshop, and also engage us on what do you anticipate to be the long-term impact of this program? Because I think what we have always been decrying around some of these events is that you ought to have something that has a long-term impact. We can't just have a situation whereby people have gathered, we have brought big marquees, people are there, and when we leave, there isn't nothing substantial that these people retain. So I think the reason we would take and ask around some of this event is because of that thing. So I've just mentioned 2, DG, but in essence, I'm saying that we are interested in you articulating the real impact which this event will then have.
or the intervention, you call them interventions. Now, I think this department does not have money to conduct or carry, it's not a service delivery department. The backbone of this department should be in its ability to advocate for the interest of these groups that you are advocating for, the women, young people, and persons with disability. I think that's a backbone. But in the articulation of the program, I'm not sensing, DG, that there is an aggression to engage other departments on how do they incorporate the interest of these groups within their own programs. I don't sense that there is that necessary aggression. I mean, if one is to ask, in terms of the rollout of an assistance in the province of Northwest, wherein government assists the public with livestock for agricultural purposes. Ever since the establishment of that program, if I were to ask the department, how many young people would have benefited out of that program? How many women would have benefited out of that program? And in an event, there is no such beneficiation by these groups, what then becomes a program of the department to advocate the interest of these groups within that particular province? I'm just citing it as an example. But lacking sufficient knowledge in that will suggest that the department does not take much interest in ensuring that it advocates across for the interest of, it's for that reason I'm saying that I don't get a sense in this APP that there is an aggression in interacting with other entities of government in advocating for the, particularly at the economic level. Now, the question about, I think the question about international travel has been asked. Now, what are the steps that we have in place to ensure that ensure the credibility of the data that you collect? So let me just pause there, Chair. But the last question really is to say that the data which you collect, which you say that the interventions that you do, it has touched these people. What is the system that you have to ensure that such information is credible and tangible impact is done in the ground? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think also what I want to add to what Honourable Tsotet said, we had asked you in the past, so it is your responsibility to move along government to ensure that they prioritize women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And when he speaks about this, you know, this loss of focus in terms of moving them along, in the past we've also asked you about the departments that don't work with you well in terms of some of these, you know, you either ask them for information and they don't give it, they either don't comply with some of the information that is requested of them. You also need to keep us abreast of the departments that are problem children, if we can put it like that, because in our oversight responsibility, we've also said that going into the next term, once we've done all the statutory appointments, we want to call some of those departments. So also give us an indication in that regard. Honourable Peterson, then followed by Honourable Chauke Adonis, then Honourable Kanile, and then ending off with Honourable Shabango.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings once again, everybody. Chair, I think a few of my questions would have been asked by my colleagues. However, Chair, we are told that the department's 2026-27 priorities align with the government's broader goals and sustainable development goals. But I think one of the concerns would still be the realities on the ground. Where is the evidence in our communities, Chair? And then also, what does this alignment mean for a young person in a township who is unemployed today? What measurable change will they see in the next 12 months? And if these targets are not met, who will then be held accountable, Chairperson? On the youth empowerment part, the department speaks about supporting initiatives within the mandate. But then, Chair, I think it's safe to say that many of these programs don't reach the ordinary young people. So for the ordinary young people, it may seem as if these programs only reach those who are connected. So one would want to know then, what guarantees are there that opportunities will go to deserving young people and not those who seem to be connected or even politically connected? I mean, then in conclusion, on the gender-based violence and femicide being declared as a national disaster, young women in our communities cannot wait for coordination meetings. So one would then want to know, how will the department work with the Department of COGTA and to ensure a real impact at community level? Just the other day, Chair, a 12-year-old girl was violated by a 58-year-old man. So one would want to know, what measurable improvements in safety will young women experience within the next year? Because if this is truly a national disaster, then the response must be urgent, visible, and measurable. So then, lastly, Chair, if these plans fail to deliver within the next 12 months, will the department come back and tell us exactly what went wrong, and will there be consequences? Because accountability, Chair, is not optional. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chalke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me just appreciate that the presentation that has been given, and I think some of the questions have been asked by my colleague, but I would like to just lament and also highlight some of them that have not been responded to. Chairperson, I'm very much concerned in terms of the presentation that's coming from the department in terms of where consequence management comes in, and I think, honorable members have lamented on that. We need to have an understanding that where there is cross-interdepartmental collaborations and oversight and coordination, we have to have an understanding within the APP and within the work of the department what matrix is being utilized for levels of accountability as part of their responsibility to oversight all government entities and institutions, and that would be at national, provincial, and in local government as well. And I think we don't get a sense of that. And also taking into consideration that, and we do appreciate the fact that this department is got such a broad responsibility with a minimal budget. And I think perhaps that is something that as a portfolio committee, we are really advocating for. But we want to understand that currently with what the department has and with its constitutional mandate, legislative mandate that is given to it, how is it able to coordinate departments in meeting and providing the necessary support interventions for these three sectors that fall under the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities? And the interventions in which are being made by the department, are these, for lack of a better word, based on output or on impact? And I think most of the time we've got targets and focus areas that have been outlined by the department or other departments and entities, but it's more output-based rather than impact-based. So one would want to find out in terms of the formula to evaluate whether they are meeting the targets and how are they able to then come and report back. Would it be based on the evaluation of the impact, or would it be based on just meeting that particular target that would then mean that they've achieved on that set outlined KPI, I would indicate. I'm also very concerned that we are not getting, and I think, Chair, you also spoke to this, you covered me now, and Honorable Tsotetsi as well, is the problematic departments, and I think we've been asking for this for a very long time. It cannot be that this department has to oversight all entities or departments across government, but yet we've got those who are unwilling to comply. And therefore, it means there must be consequences that are applied. So what does that, I would like to say, the framework of this department look like on ensuring that there is accountability for the non-performing, non-complying departments, including the private sector. And I think the private sector, yes, it was indicated in the presentation and in some of the responses that there are limitations, but I think it's very clearly outlined within legislation. I mean, we've got the Equity Act, where it requires both government and the private sector to comply. So it shouldn't be very difficult for this department to ensure that even the private sector, when it comes to equity, for example, it will be an instrumental department to oversight both the departments and the private sector in understanding their role. Chair, in terms of on persons with disabilities, I think many of the issues were raised and some of them were responded to. But I want to understand, in terms of the work that is being done by the forum that was alluded to, in terms of their participation, is this an informal platform that is created, or what are the recommendations and how those recommendations coming out of that forum being processed and implemented? And is there an evaluation on seeing whether there is set targets and timelines to achieve those recommendations that are coming out of that particular forum as well? Because if we're saying nothing about us and we've got these structures, it means that mandate must be clearly taken from them. And I'm very concerned that in this APP, I'm seeing nothing, and perhaps I'm open up for correction. I'm not hearing anything about the presidential working committee or working group, disability working group. And I think for a very long time, it's been very dysfunctional. And I think it is the responsibility of this department to make sure that that part of the state must be functional, because that presidential working group must be the one to advance the rights of persons with disabilities at that level, obviously accounting and working in coordination with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, which my understanding is that the department are the ones who are responsible for coordinating. In terms of the accessibility, I think this was spoken to, but I'm concerned that we're speaking about a 3%, and we have forgotten about the 4%, but I do appreciate that we've spoken about the 7%. We are no longer at the 3%, we're sitting at 4%. And it has been pronounced by the President, and I appreciate that it was also mentioned here, that we must be able to meet the target of 7%. What plan does the department have for departments that are not going to be meeting those targets? Departments that are unable to even meet a target of 4%, because we must have a timeline. 2030 is not far, which means from now till that time, there must be a midterm report that comes in to say how far are they, and consequences must be known and put in place for those who are underperforming. And I think that's quite important. In terms of youth coordination, the youth coordination, I think the economic element, and this would speak not only for youth, it would speak for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. What are the strategic partnerships that the department is seeking or already has in place to implement some of its program when it speaks to economic inclusion and participation and development of these particular sectors? And I think it's very important for us to really understand, which departments are the strategic ones, which ones are coming forth, and which ones are going to be engaged. such as your small business, such as your trade and industry, what is their role in this? And also on the employment side, what is the role of the Department of Labor? And I think it was spoken to, so that we sort of have an understanding that there is a cross-interdepartmental collaboration that is taking place, including agriculture, forestry, fishery and forestry. We must understand what role are they playing and how are you able to come with a concrete plan with those departments that must be followed by both yourselves in terms of you monitoring and coordinating and themselves being the implementing instrument that must implement the programs when you coordinate as a collaboration as well. Because we do understand that you are unable to provide services, but you are able to coordinate, and therefore it means through the coordination that you will oversight. There must be the implementing partners ultimately. The second last one, Chair, would be with the limitations that this department has. If we were then to look at the APP that is currently being presented, are there any identified, and this is just us having an honest conversation, any identified shortfalls that we are foreseeing? This would be, under risk analysis. And whether we like it or not, we must be able to foresee some of those risks ahead of time, and they will be there. So if we can get a sense of what are some of those identified risk analysis that have been identified by the department going into this APP and into this budget, so that we also get a sense of where when you come back again and report on the APP and what you've implemented, what might be the possible expectation of the challenges that you'd be faced with. In terms of the last one would be on women, and this is on GBV F. The question was asked by Honorable Polwani to say, where are we with the appointment and the institutionalization of those who are to be appointed in the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide? What is the department doing as intermediary intervention whilst we're waiting for that body to be appointed? And we must be able to see something that is more tangible. Yes, the department, it might not be directly yourself as the department, but through your coordination, what is being done? What is the engagement with SAPS? What is the engagement with COPTA? What is your engagement with justice in this regard in addressing issues of gender-based violence and femicide? And also at a legislative point of view, what are some of the recommendations that you are looking to make to either propose legislative amendments or a legislation in which we are able to have legislation speak to each other, where we have seen that there is legislative misalignment. And perhaps that's where also the department needs to come in identifying the misalignments that are affecting women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and also the pillars in which fall underneath this department, such as gender-based violence and femicide, your sanitary dignity program, etc. And I think, Chairperson, it's important for us to say the department must give us a recommendation in terms of their engagement also with the National Treasury, because we know that we have requested that the National Treasury come and present to the Portfolio Committee, and we have not received any joy. And some of those resources that this department, in terms of the programs, they fall under them, do not get filtered through the department, but are sent directly to departments or directly to provinces. So I think we must get a sense of what the engagements have been from the department and the National Treasury, and we must do a follow-up on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you, greetings to the DM and all protocol observed. I have a few questions as well. I have been largely covered by my colleagues. The question that I have, it is on the issue of sanitary dignity products. I think I have observed in the presentation there was a mention where the department indicated that it wanted to expand the current implementation of the SDP. My question is, does the department want to expand or to review the current implementation? And also what I'd like to know is what will the department be doing differently to address the challenges identified by the committee in relation with the rolling out of the current SDP? And Chair, another question that I have is on the issue of advocacy and awareness, where the department, pardon? Oh, okay.
No, she didn't hear the part where you asked about the current challenges on the SDP.
Okay. What I want to find out is if the department wants to expand the current implementation or to review it. And also the question that I had was, what is the department going to be doing differently to address the challenges that were identified by the committee in relation to the SDP? There was a mention also, Chairperson, by the presenter when they were talking about the issue of advocacy and awareness, where I think they were referring to manuals that are being produced by the department. I want to find out if it's possible for us to have a copy of that manual so that we can have an idea of what it looks like, number one. Number two, when the department goes out to have its awareness on the rights of persons with disabilities, how is this awareness being done? Do they target certain stakeholders, certain organizations, or it is done randomly? The reason I am asking this, it is because day in, day out, persons with disabilities still come to us and tell us that they have a problem with accessing public transport, especially the ones that are unable to walk and the ones that are using wheelchair. Because if you are to get into a public transport with your wheelchair, most of the time, the drivers won't allow you access. If they do, they'll want you to pay double the price for your chair and for yourself. Also, we must be mindful of the fact that some of them, they are unemployed and rely on the disability grant, which is not enough for them to pay for 2 seats. So the reason I'm asking this is, do you go out to speak to the taxi drivers, to the taxi associations as well? Also, we have received a number of presentations from the department. We will also remember that we have sign language that was enacted by the President in July 2023 as a 12th official language. What I want to find out from the department is what measures do you have in place to monitor if each and every department, they now have sign language interpreters. Also, you must remember that this is now 2 years later. It is 2 years later, actually going for the 3rd year. What is being done by the department in ensuring that persons that are using sign language get the person that is going to communicate with them in the language that they understand? Because also, when we do our research, we find that persons with disabilities are more likely to be affected by gender-based violence and femicide than other communities. So chances are, when they go to the police station to lay charges, they don't get any sign language interpreter. I also remember, Chairperson, I think it was last year, when we had SABS in our meeting, we invited SABS to join us. SABS told us that they are working with the DEFSA, and when there is a complainant that comes to lay a charge that uses sign language interpreter, they must first reach out to DEFSA to find out if they have an ability of somebody that is going to interpret for them. And depending on the availability, only when DEFSA is able to dispatch that person that is rendering that service, is only then that complainant is going to be able to open the case. I believe that when we do that, we are denying persons with disabilities, especially the ones that are using sign language, justice, because when they go to the police station, they're not even going to be able to open a case on the same day, and chances are they're expected to go home to their person that is violating them. And Chair, I think on the issue of consultants, even though it has been touched on by various colleagues, I'd like to touch on it as well. I remember in the previous meeting that we had, when we had the former DG, she made a commitment that the department will look on the issues of consultant and maybe look at how they can reduce them. Because as a committee, we feel like there's a lot of money that is being spent there. And also, Chair, what I'd like to find out is if the department, especially on the issues of researchers, does have its own in-house researchers so that we can check if they are not duplicating the services. Chair, when it comes to the issues of international trips, I think I have been covered there. I also would like to speak to tenders. Chairperson, there is a tender that I was looking at just now as I was listening to the presentations. There are tenders on tenderalerts.co.za. I quickly want to go through them. It's a tender for National Department, Women Youth is for this department, Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, is a research study on fair and equitable competition for women, including young women and women with disabilities in South Africa. The other one, it is phased rollout of evidence-based GBV prevention approaches in schools, institutions of higher learning and community settings. Provisioning of physical security services for the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities for a period of 3 years. The first two, the first one closed on the 11th of May this year. This one is on the 5th of May 2026. And the third one is on the 3rd, it closed already, 3rd of February. I'm just going to read those three to allow other colleagues an opportunity to be able to ask their questions. The question that I have with regards to the above mentioned tenders is with these tenders, I'd like to know which tender is linked to what target and what program and what APP. And if it's possible, can the department explain each of them, what program, what target, and what financial year, and the time frame and the cost for the tenders that are currently advertised? Chair, the last question is going to be linked to the response that was given by Mr. Raja. He mentioned that I think they have a youth, oh, he's gone. All right, but the department is here. I think they'll answer on his behalf, it's okay. There's a youth forum. He also made reference to Mpumalanga, and he also spoke about mentorship of young people that is being done by the department. I think my question is going to be linked to the question that was asked by Honorable Adonis, because when you listen to the responses that he was giving to us, they were giving the impression that the department is doing the actual work in terms of developing young people and offering mentorship and all of that, whereas we understand that this department is a monitoring department, and we would expect the department to tell us what work has been done with your employment and labor, with your NYDA. I think NYDA falls under this as well, and the other departments that were also mentioned by Honorable Adonis. And we also need to be mindful of the fact that the youth unemployment keeps on rising. I'm looking at the current statistics now. In Q1 2024, youth unemployment was sitting at 45%. And in Q1 2025, youth unemployment is at 46.1%. And also, the figures of unemployed women, they also keep going up. In Q1 of 2024, they were at 35%, and in Q1 of 2025, they were at 36%. I think as a department, we need to take these issues very serious. And I remember in the last meeting, we asked if the department has a monitoring tool that you use when you meet with the other departments, because I believe that it is a document that is going to be a guide of what this department expects from the other department, so that when they report on that. I think we also raised this following a meeting that we had with basic education and higher education, where they came to present to us, and their presentation was just not corresponding with one another. We're not even able, what is it that we need to take out of it as a department? And we left that meeting, we ended the meeting, we adjourned the meeting and said we are going to have another meeting where the department is going to give them a reporting template, for lack of a better word, so that when they come to the department, they have issues, specific issues that they're actually presenting on, so that we are able to see that we are addressing the issues that are related specifically to this portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile. Over to you, Honorable Shamango.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I think it's a good day to everyone again. Chair, I just want to mention areas of concern. You might have responded to two questions by my colleagues, but one, when the opening remarks of the minister, she mentioned limited internal capacity. And the limited internal capacity coupled with policy versus implementation, and the implementation is indicated by the department as the key challenge. It's very broad. This limited internal capacity, it will talk to your vacant positions. It will talk to the use of a consultant, which I want to concur with Honorable Kanyile that we raise this as a concern in our previous meetings with the department, this use of consultant. And we were promised that the department is going to look into this, because we even suggested that the department must capacitate the staff and in-source the whatever that you are doing, instead of using consultant. Today, we're still here talking about the use of consultant that has increased. We hear the reasons of increasing. It's a bit technical, but we're looking at the value that is used for this consultant. And we can't be repeating one and the same concern, and it still comes back. And today, what we suggested, there's nothing said on the presentation about the suggestion of the portfolio committee. It comes up as a new concern today. Yet there were suggestions, and we were promised that this is going to be looked at, the staff is going to be capacitated. I'm raising it because it is really a serious concern. We can't come here, we can't have meetings with the department, sit here and then we just discuss for the sake of discussing and we implement nothing. Even if it was, the suggestion was not implementable, we're supposed to get a report on that. I hope I'm clear on that. And looking into this limited internal capacity and the vacant posts, I don't think that, because there's about 12 vacant positions in, I think is program 1, whatever, administrative positions. This department, its mandate, it's on the women, youth, and persons with disability. We have, given the scale of unemployment, I know that I'm repeating what my colleagues have said, but the scale of youth unemployment in our country, then this vacant position, do they need skill? There's nothing like soft skills. Is there any funded, approved recruitment plan that the department is engaging in? It can't be that this department is having so many positions and we have the unemployment, youth unemployment that is so high. Can we be finished with at least timelines? When are you planning to employ in these positions. I can understand the critical positions where you need skills, you need engineers, you need whatever. You might be struggling on those parts, but I believe that there are skills here that where you need soft skills. We can't really have this department having so many positions that are, I'm raising this because now I'm trying to put everything together as concerns that I wanted to raise. And I think my colleagues also, they spoke on the issue of how is the department enforcing mechanism for compliance with a department, I mean, on their mainstreaming. I can't say much on that because, I mean, it has been tackled a lot. The other concern is on this, the 70% of department budget that is transferred to the entity. We say the department is under budget, but 70% goes to the entity. It's a serious concern, DM, in the sense that we see this as it dilutes the impact of the department. It also shifted the accountability to entities. Why are we having so much that is allocated to the entities? Why do we complain that the budget is not enough? This will weaken the strategic control of the department. I'm raising this as a concern. Actually, all that I'm saying is I'm just raising concerns. That department needs to look into this and see how they can help us. So as when we come back here, we don't talk on the same one and the same thing. Because like I said on the employment, I don't know what is the reason for delay to actually fill those positions. I think I've been covered a lot. Honorable Adonis covered me on the issue of the treasurer, the department engaging the national treasurer. Honorable Chair, I think that I'm just raising concerns now because most of the questions I was covered, because really the department needs to talk on these issues, having the post, having limited capacity. How to justify that dual challenge when you're talking of limited internal capacity? Let me just park there, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
I'll come back to you, Honorable Chauke Adonis. We are now under time pressures, and I just wanted to also just add a couple of questions, but most of my questions have been asked. But I think the question we want to ask, you've got a responsibility to do monitoring and evaluation, or to at least guide the NYDA. Now, Honorable Shabanko has just raised the issue, 1.8 billion of your money goes to the NYDA. Are you satisfied that the way that they're currently spending their money is moving the needle in terms of addressing the many crises that young people are facing? Because I think for us, for all of us, I mean, just the issue that I highlighted earlier on the amount of money that they spend on office rent per month, surely, I don't know, looking from the outside, surely for me, the plushness of the offices, the amount of money spent, some of the other things that are going wrong, 1.4 million rand in one event. What is your impression in terms of how they're doing with what essentially comes into your kitty? Honorable Chauke Adonis raised the question, but why was your business plan that you submitted to the National Treasury rejected? Did they share any responses with you that you can also share with us? Honorable Kanyile raised the issue around the SDP. You mentioned that you want to expand the SDP, and that is all fine and well because we want more children or young people to be able to benefit from this program. But inherently, currently, this program is facing many challenges. and we need to address those before we actually want to expand it. Then, also, which Honourable Shabango's just raised around your vacancies, there seems to be a focus within the department in filling Director General and Deputy Director General posts instead of focusing on getting more foot soldiers, more officials, technical specialists that can do the work. Why is that the case? Then, in terms of your program 4, which is your rights of persons with disabilities, you've got a budget of 19.1 million for 15 targets. And despite past challenges in meeting these targets, you are again setting that same amount of targets. And the question really is, are those targets smart and feasible? Will you be able to reach them? Honourable Chake Adonis also asked in terms of our National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. I think at some point, if you are not able to answer all the questions today, we would need to get them in writing by next week, Tuesday. But we need to also be brought on board in terms of which government officials have been appointed to serve on this council, and by when will the council be operational. We also want to again ask you to give us timeframes, written timeframes, in which you will complete the bills that we are expecting to come before Parliament. Because what I heard earlier is that you're not planning to do anything to prioritize the disability bill. I think I heard there will be more consultations in this financial year. And I must say, when I joined Parliament in 2012, most of these bills, I started my political career in this portfolio committee in 2012, and we were talking about the wedgie bill then, and we are still talking about it. And so at some point, I think all of us want to leave knowing that there are specific timeframes to which we are working for these bills that must come before Parliament. Lastly, I think we would want to get from the department, and all of us have spoken about this, but we want a detailed justification for the use of consultants, the full costs, deliverables, skills transfer plans, and reports on how you plan to capacitate yourselves internally. Because at the end of the day, if we're saying we're using these consultants because there's limited capacity, you do have 71 staff members across levels 11 and 12 and 13 and 16, which we assume are skilled staff members. So I'm going to say, we've run out of time. I think these engagements must be full-day engagements and not half-day, but we are under time pressure. So I'm going to just, where you cannot answer DM and acting DG, you will give us some responses in writing. But like we said, the exercise here is for us, as much as we decry your finances or your budget and the fact that you have to give so much away, we also want to walk this journey with you to see to it that every cent is spent in a way that advances the rights of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. So I'm going to leave it there for now while just giving Honourable Chake Adonis 1 second.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. Regarding the international obligations as a member state, perhaps if we can get an indication of where we are member states, what is the cost of our membership and what is our participation? I know that we are also a member state on the CEDAW and other SADC platforms. Perhaps that could also give us an indication on the budget that is allocated for our membership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you, Acting DG, to lead your team, and then we'll ask DM to end off at past, just before past, so that my members can go for lunch.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, we don't have enough time, just maybe a snippet response. Please, maybe 2 minutes each, and then we can give CFO, youth, disability, and then we can come back.
And I hope somebody is taking notes, so there where you're not able to give us all the responses today, we do need to have them by next Tuesday in writing, because we do have to complete our reports. But it's up to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, ADG. I think I'll take one question around the amount that the department is transferring to the NYDA. The function was moved to the department during the 2019 NMOC, the function of youth, and that transfer, it also included the allocation that is earmarked for transfer to the NYDA. And the department is compelled to transfer the full amount that is allocated to NYDA and approved by National Treasury. But what I can indicate, Chairperson, is that in some instances where there are programs that the department seeks to implement that are targeting youth, there are those collaborations with the NYDA to relieve the financial pressure that exists in the department. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think I'll touch two quick points. One from Honorable Peterson on the issue of ordinary young people needing to be touched by our interventions. I think it's a very fair point that she has made, and it's something that we impress, for example, on the National Youth Development Agency as part of our monitoring feedback on their quarterly reports. I think recently we've been encouraged a lot by, for example, site visits that we've conducted where the NYDA would bring young people that are in the communities that are doing some things that have been funded, so that we can see firsthand what they've been able to achieve. But I think this is something that we need to expand on. We are working with the NYDA on their rural development strategy to ensure that more young people can be reached, so that more of those stories can come up, so that we see more and more young people coming through. There was a question, I think, from the chair on the issue of funding of the NYDA and ultimately what we transfer to them. Are we seeing the necessary value for money? I would say, Chair, so we monitor the performance of the NYDA from a non-financial perspective. The CFO has touched on the financial elements. But what we can say at this point, we know that in terms of the grant program, for example, the NYDA, the demand that young people have for the grant program of the NYDA far outstrips the supply in terms of what is available. So, of course, the NYDA is continuously lobbying for additional funding. Outside of government, they are entering into different partnerships. But as to the current location where they are, yeah, I think it's a point that I know the NYDA is coming next. But from where we are sitting, we really encourage the NYDA to always make sure that young people in the far-flung areas, be they rural areas or townships, can still access their services. The chair of the NYDA, when they come, I think she will speak about some of their new interventions that they are implementing to reach more and more young people where they are. So I think this is an area that we will continue to monitor as part of our quarterly monitoring, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Through you, DM and DG, Acting DG. I'll just touch on the issue of the international obligations in terms of what the department is currently having in terms of the international treaty obligations. Indeed, we are the signatory to CEDAW, which currently we are busy working on the 6th periodic report that is due for submission at CEDAW committee on the 30th of June. So we are currently consulting and going through the necessary processes for the approval of the report before submission to CEDAW. We are also the signatory to CRPD, which we coordinate as the department, and the report was which was due on that CRPD was submitted last year. But also, Chair, we are also signatory to Commonwealth engagements, particularly here on the Commonwealth Youth Forum. We do have the annual fee subscription that we pay to Commonwealth, which is about 1.3 per year. But also in terms of SADC, in terms of AU, we are signatory to Maputo Protocol, which from the country perspective is coordinated by the Department of Justice, but there's a section there that talks to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Of course, we also have got the SADC Gender Protocol, which we are also implementing from the region perspective. Lastly, Honorable Chair and the Honorable Members, we Also, now working on the issue of signing the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, which have been adopted by the heads of states last year in February. So as for the country, we are working towards, we are working on the processes of signing that international instrument. The process is currently at the presidency. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, ADG. DM. I just wanted to say, you know, in terms of the questions that came out around accountability, I think that is one of our key areas where we are struggling. And I think we would, in this instance, welcome the interventions of the portfolio committee when it comes to this particular area, because the fact is we are a department of monitoring, and yes, we can monitor. However, I also want to highlight the fact that we are still struggling in terms of monitoring because we do not have automated systems. And it means that we monitor indicators manually, looking at various departments, offices of the Premier, trying to pull together reports, monitoring reports, etc. And then we take this through to cabinet where we hoping that, you know, departments would be named and shamed and held accountable. However, I think the avenue of using the portfolio committee for many departments where we do actually make recommendations and nothing comes of it and we're still awaiting because there's no actual enforceability mechanism in place to force departments to do certain things because it's not you know, even certain constitutional court decisions have been made, which we're struggling with implementation within these things, we will definitely bring through to the portfolio committee for intervention. However, there was one area that I wanted to specifically touch on in terms of consultants for, in the area of, if you would see, for a disability-specific survey. Even when it comes to the area of conducting a 10-year review on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, where we requested consultants. These are specific statisticians. You need a person with a statistics background in order to link up with, therefore we require a consultant to be able to assist us to put together a disability-specific survey. And therefore we're linking up with Stats SA. And then when you link up with Stats SA, they themselves don't have the budget for it. Which means we then, because it's our mandate to ensure that we have proper planning, budgeting, etc., we want to push this forward. So this is one of the reasons. It's a subject matter expertise that we don't have, and therefore we then look to hiring the consultants in those specific areas. However, we take the fact that that skills transfer probably in the area of statistics could probably come across to our officials, with our 3 or 4 officials in the RPD branch, to also you know, link up with that to try and take that forward. Even in instances like climate change, natural disasters, etc. And we're working very hard with different departments, including DCOC, DTIC, etc., when it comes to the Marrakesh Treaty. So these are areas I just wanted to highlight and say that when it comes to accountability, we definitely need that push from the portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be quite quick, just to deal with a number of matters that we have been asked by the Portfolio Committee to write. Of course, we will submit those details. The issue of 15 targets basically is between the advocacy and mainstreaming and the section on governance and regulations. So we will certainly have to go and revisit that and match it with the expenditure. But it's 2 separate units in the same branch. Let me deal with the question of the disability bill. Honorable Member, we are at a stage now where we are finishing the CS process of the bill. We were going to just wait for the Law Reform Commission to hand over to the department. But we are really right at the end. We are producing the third draft of the bill this week, and we will certainly ensure that if there is any interest in the committee to even view the draft, we are prepared to give it to you so that you look at the draft, give us advice even before it gets to Parliament. And we will certainly move towards that. So we are busy with consultations. We are still proceeding with those. We are still going to NEDLEG. We're still going to cabinet clusters, cabinet committees. And we will certainly make sure that we keep you briefed properly on that matter. Issue of sign language interpretation, Honorable, at this moment, I don't know, it's just a pity. I mean, sign language is, interpreter services is being treated as something that is, on request, not on demand. So we need to reach a stage where sign language interpretation, it becomes a service that is on demand. Because if a person who's deaf walks into a clinic somewhere in Malelani, they will probably not get a sign language interpreter on the spot. So somehow we'll have to find a way. So we will certainly work on the standards themselves. We are waiting for the Department of Justice to include it, this process actually, within the Use of Official Languages Act. Once that legislative development is done, then we know that it's compulsory at all costs. And it should be funded, of course. That we have made very clear in the notes of the President when launching the 18th Amendment. Other than that, the ones that we've been requested to deal with in writing, we've noted them particularly with regard to machineries and the Presidential Working Group. Just to say briefly, Chair, the Presidential Working Group on Disability for the 7th Administration, we are currently in transition. So we are finalizing the aspects of taking in CVs from the public. We did advertise. The public submitted CVs of specialists and experts. So we are looking through that, and this is a matter that we will be able to get back to the committee on in the next meeting, or even before, because we are right at the end of the process of collating CVs. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, ADG. There was the feeling of critical post positions or internal capacity. It was mentioned, all of that, and why we're starting with the DG and DDGs. And the reason why we start with the DG, we need to make sure that there's stability in terms of providing leadership. The DDG is the head of the branch that will be responsible for that particular branch at that particular level. But the foot soldiers, there we have indicated in terms of the positions that are going to be filled, and fortunately they have gone through the interviews, the necessary recruitment processes, shortlisting and interviews. The other one that I wanted to comment on is I think there was why was the business case submitted to National Treasury rejected? I think in our last meeting, the Portfolio Committee requested for the business case. I'm not so sure whether it was submitted to you, but why it was rejected, I will not answer that one. It's above my pay grade, because our role was to deal with the business case. We have done that, submitted to National Treasury on behalf of the Minister. Why it was rejected, like I'm saying, I can't have that answer. I'm not so sure whether the Portfolio Committee received it because we submitted, it has to go via the parliamentary officers. If it's not, we can resubmit it to them so that, because the Portfolio Committee wanted to have a look at it so that they can assist us in lobbying for funding. I still remember in the last meeting. So that rejection, obviously, the Portfolio Committee must also assist why National Treasury rejected that one. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe just on the last point that Mr. Shevete has raised, we don't have any formal written communication from National Treasury. But what we could also just make as a consensus that given the budget that was given to us, is that the business plan was not taken into consideration as things stand.
I'll just be quick. DM will answer some of the questions. I think we will take the option of responding back, given there's the number of questions that were raised. We note issues of the spread around interventions in terms of various provinces. I think it might actually help to just do the concept paper and just outline what is the actual activities and what are the long-term plan that are happening. In terms of the GRPB MEA, our implementation is because we're mainstreaming, we're facilitating for the institutionalization of mainstreaming across government. The actual participant is government official across national, provincial, and local government. So those are the participants within the GRPB MEA machinery. I think Dr. Pravina also tried to answer the issues around, consequence management. We have been using the government cabinet system to facilitate for consequence management, name and shaming to an extent. And I think it's a question that we probably need to interrogate it differently, because we can really attest that we've taken some of the work to cabinet. The recommendation were accepted, but we're still sitting with the very same issues that cabinet has adopted for implementation. And it then becomes a bigger issue. I think to an extent, we also thought that the bills, and once they are in place, they will also would help. So we don't have them, it's our hope to say, once we have the wage bill, we have the disability and youth, that will then assist us to work on that. But we're also learning lessons from the Employment Equity Act as well, that some of these challenges, they persist even in the presence of the law. And I think perhaps there is bigger challenges that we're sitting that we need to look into, and how we look at this, and how do we monitor the private sector and work with that, given some of the legal. We've done a number of evaluations to try to understand that aspect around whether are we making dent, the impact. The challenge that we sit with is that the problems we have in the country, or the challenges in themselves, they require immediate solutions. But if you are measuring outcomes, they require you to have a time lag in between, to say at least give us 5 years, and then for us to be able to track whether implemented. So we can talk to immediate outcomes that are coming in, but we can't really talk to the ultimate outcomes that are coming in. So we've done a number of evaluations that are starting to highlight what are the changes. We will submit a number of the evaluations just to show some of the progress that we've made. I don't think maybe we'll have time in there, because that is also our approach to say, while we're waiting for that 5-year gap or 3-year gap, at least let's start to do rapid evaluation in between, do implementation evaluation and impact evaluation. And we've done a number of that across women, youth, and persons with disabilities. So we should be able to share and then articulate on that. I think we talked about, I think the point around the progressive percentage of for Dr. Pravina is a point to note in how we approach this. Yeah, the risk, we have listed the risk in the APP. I think one of our fundamental risks was unfunded mandate. So we've removed any unfunded mandate within the APP, except one of the points that we are raising that we are seeing around the international relation component. But in the main, we've removed, but we've also provided explanation to some of the risks we have, issues of data, because data in the way it's collected in the country is not with intersections. In the main, when we're trying to assess the extent to which women, youth, and persons with disability are receiving services or they have access in sectors, that you have only data in an aggregated manner. So it becomes a challenge, because all we know is that Department of Small Businesses has submitted this. At least, actually, I'm referencing a wrong department, because they have done a lot around disaggregation of data, but we still have that challenge around disaggregated data. But we do note that it's a work that we actually have been doing with a number of departments to say, how do we facilitate? I know DPSA is putting a data framework in place. We have given our input to say, can you consider that we make sure data flow in government from local government to provincial and in a disaggregated manner. I think we will submit the manual as requested. The issues around the tenders that are there, the research one on competition is sitting with the research unit, is an RFQ. And yes, it forms part of our APP. The one on security is the broader security within the department, and that's sitting with Program 1, and the one on the prevention strategy is part of the APP on prevention strategy, and that's also is within Program 2. The templates and monitoring tool, I can really confirm we do have monitoring tool across, whether it's women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We might just want to understand where the issues were, whether it's the GRPB-MEA, the National Strategic Plan on GRPB-MEA, the white paper, all of them, we do have monitoring tools that we use, and a guide in terms of how the report are supposed to be submitted. So I'm just not sure where the gap actually is, but there are tools that we facilitate. One of the things that Dr. Pravina has mentioned, which is very critical, is that because we're using manual processes for doing all of this work, and that in itself is a build-up, delay, and frustration within the system in itself, as well as duplicative of effort. The issues around, maybe leave these ones to the National Council. I think where we are is that we have received the term nomination, and we've realized that we needed to actually have seven nominations for the National Council. So what we are doing internally is just to align with the Act and then review and then send it back to the presidency to say, in terms of the recommended names that we have, which currently are 10, we need to have 7 and take into consideration what are the criteria that needs to be considered. I think that's the point that we are still dealing with, to just finalize the already nominated board member for the council. Maybe I should park here, and some of the questions we will respond in writing and allow DM to have some few minutes to respond.
Okay, over to you, DM. Thank you so much, Acting DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was mindful that you wanted your members to go for lunch, but no lunch is provided this time around. No, I'm kidding.
Cost-cutting measures.
Yeah, members are hungry. Okay. No, we'll try to be, as brief, but I'm going to request that I'm indulged, because even the first round I was skipped for that. But Chair, let me thank honorable members for raising some of the fundamental, questions, inputs, that relates to the annual performance plan. And these are critical points. There were specific issues that were raised, and I would want to really touch on them as I respond. But first, I think, Chairperson, is to really appreciate that we present our APP to the Portfolio Committee based on the mandate within also the fiscal constraint, and which all of you as members of Parliament are aware of what Minister of Finance had presented. And also just to note that our mandate is implemented through policy direction, strategy development, but also advocacy coordination, but also with the expectation of mainstreaming as ongoing, including monitoring and evaluation. The department is not a direct service delivery, and I think Honorable Totesi was making that emphasis. Now, which then means we have a reliance of service delivery from across line departments that must do that, provinces, municipalities, and of course public entities, respectfully so. So we have to center this through what we need to be doing, and that is specific sector plans that must always and consistently be evaluated, and there are many. And that's why in our APP we then said, let's have a focused in our annual interventions, which sectors we will prioritize for which constituency, for that matter. And I think it's quite important to do so. But it then goes along the reporting instruments as well as the accountability mechanism that goes into that. So our model for this particular APP then really is designed to influence, guide, monitor and strengthen, the broad state machinery that exists for that matter. But what are some of the things that we need to consider? One, in this current APP, we are responding also to SONA, we are responding to our National Development Plan, we are also responding to Department's strategic plan, which is in line with what has gone into our own performance agreement as signed by the Minister. And that is also aligned to the national priorities and targets overall in our MTDP. So we've got this sharper agenda, and I know Honorable Peterson has said it, and maybe the chair also has said the issue around what is this ambition that we have and how do we align it to measurable and tangible things. But if you take, for an example, the issue around economic empowerment agenda, the APP gives the stronger expression of the socio-economic empowerment of women index. Also paying attention on the preferential procurement processes, including what happens overall in line with those service or line departments, whether you're looking at women, youth, and persons with disability-owned enterprises in those other specific sectors that we are going to be paying attention in. And this then speaks to the overall growth approach through ownership, market access, and procurement. So the question that was even asked about, what is this intervention around women in trade? If you take, for instance, for the first time last year, we had the Women in Trade that was linked to the Women's Month, bringing over 1,000 women-led enterprises. And by the way, when we say women-led enterprises, we are not only just talking about women generally. We also integrate youth, we integrate women with disability and so forth. But this is not an event. The intervention then speaks to access to financial markets, networking. So this is not just bringing women, it's aligning and linking them to institutions, including financial institutions, that will then provide access to resources. So when Honorable Letlape then asked a question, shouldn't we even motivate for a women development agency? I mean, you've got other platforms or processes that were established over the previous administrations, whether you talk about women's, economic fund and so forth. Now, how do we link and make sure that these platforms, these funds are actually working for the broader aspect that we are trying to do? So even if we establish a women development agency, its mandate must not just be granting. It will have to be thoroughly coordination to make sure that we deal with the economic and economic participation, to then look at the 51%. Are women actively participating in the economy? Are we going to limit it to those who are participating by workforce labor, or those who are owning enterprises and leading them? And then what about those who are not actively involved? How do we then onboard them? And so that coordination mechanism needs to thoroughly happen. And if we're listening to what members are raising as a question, a hardcore question, is the department, and you take our directorate here that is looking at women empowerment, you're talking plus minus 20%. It's a lot of work if you're talking across sectors. The question that Honorable Shabangu is asking, to say, oh, if you've got, so many, you've got admin posts, you've got maybe specific technical, even that, 2-3 people technical for each sector, we are not able to cover that. So that's why we then saying, let's then focus these interventions. But I think it then speaks to the value chain of how we work. The value chain of how we work entirely will rely on the investment itself. Yes, Honorable Kanyile is correct to ask and to raise this fundamental question. The investment case, that was the first task we took up as the department, to say, the way the department is structured, we must say it, it's not fit for purpose. Because you've got a department of which its mandate is huge. But when you look at the input here, you've got very little technical resource. So the human and financial does not match what we must do. If you put these constituencies together, all of them, you are talking about 71% of the population, by the way. And this department only has just a minimum of about 250 million to do knowledge management, to produce progress reports. I think, I'm not sure whether it was Honorable Adonis who was asking, and possibly the chair, consequence management. Our responsibility will be limited, by the way, Chair. We are ought to produce evidence, to monitor progress. But in terms of consequence management will then be the responsibility of the President. So let's not have even an overreach. I don't want us, this is yourself as, you have an oversight as members of parliament, but we are not going to extend our overreach as a department. The consequence will be based on the performance. So when we present in cabinet, when we present to parliament, we are giving you the status quo as it relates to women, youth, and persons with disability. We report on progress, challenges, even the hard knock of things. So Parliament must accept that. President, we do so in cabinet. So the name and shame, we don't shy away now, Honorable Chair. President even asked us, we must be able to present those naming and shaming of departments that don't comply. Interventions along the way when we implement our work, Minister will often, including the DG, will often write to those line departments of non-compliance. So ours, we will consistently produce evidence that says we've done this work, and the non-compliance and the consequence will then fall within specific areas around that. But I think, Chair, if you take the question that Honorable Khadebe and Honorable Letlape has raised, and that relates to teenage pregnancy. We are dealing with a social and a public health issue. I listened carefully in how they framed their questions, and it's a pity. I might pause and wait for them to come back because they raised it. The way they framed the question. When you see an indicator that says development of a national strategic plan, it's assumed that it's just us. We don't work in isolation. So the department is not working in isolation. Last year, Honorable Chair, you will recall, when we launched this work, it was in July 2025. We launched this work and we said we are waging war against teenage pregnancy. And we characterized clearly the state of teenage pregnancy from coerced statutory rapes. We characterized the challenges that adolescent girls, children are experiencing, but also those who may be consenting as adolescent young women, to then say, how do we respond and how do we support those who are consenting, and how do we support young mothers. So this is not a strategy that is lost. Each department, from Department of Social Development to Department of Basic Education to Department of Justice, South African Police Service, we are looking at a comprehensive response. Then that also builds in to the prevention agenda, response agenda, law enforcement agenda. Those are key things, key enablers that respond to teenage pregnancy. We don't develop strategy for the purpose of strategies as government. We are a responsible government. We are informed by evidence. What does the evidence say, Honorable Chair? At one stage, we have hit 150,000 teenage pregnancy in our country. That was in the year 2023. Interventions that have been implemented by government and civil society are now showing results, because members of parliament are even asking, oh, impact of the work. In fact, we are seeing a decline now because we are at 117,000 of teenage pregnancies. It's not as fast as we would want to see it. It's still high and it's still concerning, and this is why we're saying a whole of government, a whole of society response that we are working in. But I think it's important for members of parliament. Efforts are underway to finalize the drafting. We've got a roadmap. Efforts are underway to finalize the drafting that will provide necessary framework of coordination for teenage pregnancy. That speaks to what happens even with supporting families. Unfortunately, families are not regulated, and we are not going there. But we need to support families, and the lead will be social development and so forth. But even health has got a role. By the time a teenager is pregnant and gets to health, there are steps that would have been missed. We don't want the teenager to get to health for us to actually name and start counting teenage pregnancy. It means that we must actually look at interventions at community and structural level, including going to some of the hard knock. Honorable Chairperson is from KwaZulu-Natal, knows what we deal with, which is ukuthwala. These are some of the difficult things. These are structural, systematic things that we are not counted, they are not commodities, and we must deal with. So I'm really pleading, colleagues and members of parliament, we've got efforts, we've got timelines, we are working with partners, we are evidence-driven to develop this comprehensive strategy that will respond to interventions. And the primary aim really is not a government, it's a whole of society. Government, civil society, development agencies that are part of this work to really establish these foundational elements in responding to the work. So I know you both just walked back in, but I was responding. You can check the recording of this session, but I wanted to respond directly to that. The third point, Honorable Chairperson, the international relation. South Africa is not an island, colleagues. You, as members of parliament, unless we want to not look at our participation from a democratic part of our contribution to the global society, will be missing the boat. We are a part of a global community, and we are a signatory to various treaties and declarations, where accountability, reporting country progress, and showcasing South Africa's progress in a multilateral platforms that we are part of. In fact, when we were guided by the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and this was one of the first few points of concern that you had at the beginning, we re-looked at the strategy, we reprioritized. Where do we make the most impact? Where we supposed to, as an obligation, When you take CEDAW, we are obliged to report. When you take CSW, when you take the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, we are obliged to report. This is not a nice to have. It's a necessity and the obligation we have as a country to report in those platforms. And that's why the processes of our reporting in this multilateral platform is not just sending a delegation. It's a process we undertake. First, it's using our instrument to collect data across line departments, put together, consult, validate, present it to cabinet, and so forth. So, your concern, Chairperson, 20 million is budgeted for, and you, I think, are quite correct, because somewhere, somehow, there are even inconsistency in how we send delegations and so forth. Because directly, if we go to those direct questions, to look at the nuances, in fact, if you even look at some of that, we don't even apply the rules as they say in the books. I often travel with 1 or 2 people. And in instant, sometimes I have to raise resources outside because government doesn't have money. So we then have to raise partial sponsorship for these trips. And it's hard sometimes. You realize that, what are we doing? I did this work when I was in the civil society myself in my previous capacity. But then in a systematic obliged responsibility, you still don't have the capacity required when you are supposed to be reporting. So I'm raising this, that the budget, yes, it's 20 million. It's not even met within this fiscal. We are constantly going to realign, relook at our budget, look at whether we are using this cost effectively. But, Chairperson, we are addressing global pandemic. We are addressing gender inequality. We are addressing human rights violation. Maybe Parliament one day, when we come to our engagement here, I want to also request for you, Chairperson, to guide us that how do we deal with pressing issues? Maybe yourselves as parliamentarians, tell us how do we efficiently deal with global pressing issues in the most effective way. And we want to measure it. Maybe 20 million might seem like a lot of money. There's conflict in the Middle East. You buy a flight, it was just about 2 weeks ago, Chairperson, I can tell you, the quotations, I even fought at some point with the CFO, and I said, no, I'm not going anywhere. If at all your agency is giving you this, look for the cheapest flight. Sometimes you don't even get it. We try to keep it as low as possible. And we cut delegations. So I'm going to request, how do we address global pandemics, gender inequality, and human rights violation, domestically and internationally, in the way that still contributes to the global agenda in sharing the South Africa's progress in obliged multilateral platforms, being mindful of those costs associated and budgeting that speaks to this. So we think we are implementing as far as possible a cost-effective way of still participating internationally, cutting out, we've reviewed, and we are looking at what is meaningful for that. Maybe let me move to the last 2 issues, Chair. I want to save a little bit of time for lunch for your members. There is a point that was raised around alignment to the MTDP, which was made by Honorable Peterson and Honorable Mailola. And there were questions that relates to job creations and so forth. Let's give an example. The Midterm Development Plan 2024 to 2029, that aims to accelerate inclusive growth. And there are targets there that are speaking to various scenarios, but taking into account the fragmented planning that exist. And that's what our midterm development plan is trying to address. Part of it is around result-driven approaches, but job creation is the big agenda. We've got, and all the members of parliament are raising the highest job unemployment rate that we have, which keeps us awake. It keeps the president awake, it keeps you awake, it keeps South African awake. But what are efforts that we must take into consideration? Take the last quarter, where we saw progress, and this progress is not an accident, because with our fiscal stabilizing, with our country being removed from the grey listing and so forth, and different sectors are responding to different approaches when it comes to job creation. But we've seen a total new opportunities of about 294,000 opportunities that were secured. And this is response to surveys, and it's showing us progress around the National Pathway Management Network. We've also seen that through the youth platform, 255,000 opportunities secured for young people. This is not accident. It's interventions that are done across sectors. And then you're looking at what are the earning and learning opportunities that are facilitated by employment services. It's not accident. So when Honorable Mailola is saying that you've got this in your APP, no, our responsibility is to influence all these sectors. Every single day we breathe exactly that: advocate, influence, monitor, call for inclusion. So Honorable Chauke Adonis, even if we speak about 3%, no, we've gone past that, we are at 4% every single day. DPSA, one of the things that Minister did was also to then say, oh, shouldn't we actually target in all government departments where jobs or vacancy is available, shouldn't we target persons with disability and young people and so on? So sometimes we are even ambitious in what we wish for, but sometimes we have to stick to what is prescribed as rules of employment opportunities. So sometimes we win the battles, sometimes we don't win those battles. But there's enough evidence around the work, even at Department of Higher Education and Training, and what labor and employment is doing around placement of jobs in TVET colleges and also informal opportunities as well. The entrepreneur support that is available, you see it by work done by the Department of Small Business and Development. We are monitoring what they are doing, we are collaborating with them. But that also goes to the support, financially and non-financial support towards young people, women, and persons with disability. And the key takeaway here, honorable members, that you can have, in these previous quarters in our monitoring, we saw, when you look at it from a gender lens, over 70% of opportunities that were generated through the SA Youth platforms were taken up by young women. Over 70%. So this is data, this is evidence. It then would mean that in the next quarters we must still also pay attention to what Honorable Letlape say, don't leave boys behind, young people, young men behind, and so forth, so that we balance the idea of what we call gender equality. We do not want to leave men and boys behind. So when evidence says to us from a gender lens, 70% of opportunities of youth platform were taken by young women, it's good because we are advancing women's participation, but it's also not good when we leave others behind. So we need to meet those targets accordingly. So overall, the trends, the markets, the evidence are teaching us what we need to influence on a daily basis, honorable members. The APP, what we seek to be expanding, is addressing the focal points. So Honorable Pulwani, when you asked about the issue of alleviating poverty and does the department have a strategy, We don't believe every now and then we'll create strategies when other departments that align are supposed to be leading on those responsibilities. Now, what does it mean? DSD, that is responsible for poverty alleviation, has a strategy. But what does it mean for the focal constituencies that we have and that we are monitoring in? That relates to some of the responsibility. Take the social security and cash transfer. It benefits more women than men. But the data then in poverty alleviation will speak to, are grants meaningful? The current budget that was presented by Minister of Finance, 61% of it goes to social protection. We would wish otherwise, because this welfare approach is not enough. So Chair, I can speak about a number of things, food security and so forth, as per the question that is asked. The in-depth analysis of our work will always relate to what we monitor and what we bring to you as impact of work. But the government is at work. Let me close it, Chair, by saying that we have a responsibility. I could touch a lot because you had a lot of questions, and I thought we will be indulged as a department, but I agree with Chairperson when she said that maybe we need a whole day next sessions for department, because we want as a department to paint a picture of a government that is responding to the needs of women, youth, and persons with disability. You may read it here as an intervention. When Honorable Totsetsi at some point reduced this to event, is not. Those interventions must happen because we are also consulting the beneficiaries that all departments are claiming to be serving for that matter. So when we present to you to saying that we are monitoring, we must then tell you we have tested it on the ground. We have evaluated it on the ground. Honorable Kanyile raised the issue of missionaries that we work with. When she was giving an example of whether it was youth missionary or gender missionary. I'm not sure between the three of you whether it was Honorable Adonis Chauke and so forth. Because these missionaries are there, I think it was Honorable Chauke Adonis. When we work with missionaries, it's multi-sectoral. It's not only departments. We bring those who are serving across departments and provinces, but we also bring civil society. And I think why I was linking it to the point you were raising, Honorable Kanyile, is on the basis of service. Why don't we have deaf communities served adequately at service points? And you gave an example of police station completely, and you're quite correct. There are reports that says that. There are decisions that have been taken, but it takes long to implement. And you look at the nuances of our GBV response. If a person with disability or a deaf person goes to a police service and they don't get access to the services completely, we are missing this response. And it's a big issue. So the data we collect, we then bring it back to try improve service, the efficiency and approach. So we are not going to be perfect. There are sites, health sites, police sites that are called ideal. We have this in health clinics, ideal clinics. Honorable Letlape was in the health sector. We have it in police, where police are also improving, but you also have what we call the Tutuzela Care Center, where we then saying one-stop center as models that are improving service delivery. But it will be a cascade model to get everything right. But it cannot be that people must then redirect their routes to going to getting where the service is comprehensive. Whether in the rural area, whether in the urban area, all services must be equal, but it must be matched with the budget. Unfortunately, even if we have wishful thinking around ideal service, it must be matched with the budget. And often the budget is not linked. What you see here with the department that you raised as a concern, the department is underfunded, but it's not unique just to us as South Africa. I met with Deputy Minister of Gender in Canada. They are suffering from the same thing as a global north. You look at Netherlands as an example, you look at other countries, Kenya closer to home and so forth, they are suffering from the same thing. This then requires a whole lot, political will. It needs us to be intentional in financing the social and structural issues here. And this is what this parliament, through your leadership, but through our work, we consistently fight the social and structural challenges. So, Honorable Chair, if there are other issues, we will respond in writing to your office and to the members of the portfolio committee. But I thought it's necessary that we paint what we are dealing with. It's not a commodity. It's a social and structural issue, which then speaks to everybody. So what we've been presenting there, it's direct interventions, reworked, reviewed, and aligned to what we can pay attention on in this financial year. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DM. I think in any case, we are still spending Thursday morning together at your offices. I don't know if you will be present, but at least we do have the morning set aside to spend with you, not only to look at the conditions under which you operate, but I'm sure that we will continue the discussions. I can only thank you, DM, for taking your time, for all the responses, and you, Acting DG, and all your officials. I know it wasn't enough time. What we can also do, I know that we have the Good Hope Chamber booked for, I think it's Friday the 12th of June. There might be something else with Youth Month happening. But if not, we can always schedule a full day session. It is important that we do continue the talks. You spoke about sleepless nights, and many of us, as you said, the President's got sleepless nights about unemployment. We've got sleepless nights about teenage pregnancies. But as I'm sitting here, I'm also thinking, there are so many learners with disabilities, and it doesn't specifically fall under our department, but just think about the almost 600,000 learners with disabilities who are not going to school. It could even be more. So there's so much work for us to do. We've got such limited time that we keep on focusing on the immediate crises, but there's so much more that actually requires our focus. I think you've heard us on the consultants. It is something, as Honorable Shabango had said, something that we're going to continue raising with you, because as we've said, the cents are limited. The budget is limited, but if we are to go to the budget vote and motivate for more money for this department, we all have to be satisfied that the money is spent in the right way. It was raised, for example, on the issue of events and functions, which has been deemed interventions, but like Honorable Tsotetsi said, those cannot be once-off interventions. If we're going to be spending money there, we need to see the lasting impact. And so I think we really will continue these discussions. I also want to say on the issue of international travel, none of us are saying here we shouldn't be meeting our international obligations. I understand what you're also saying, DM, around trying to keep it smaller, saving money. That's all we are asking. For example, when the war broke out in Iran, I couldn't come to the UN, even though we had made those arrangements a long time ago, because Parliament came back and said, the only flight we can get you is going to cost 500,000 Rand or 600,000 Rand. And I had to make a call to say, I cannot be the one asking you to come and account to us about money, but I'm willing to spend more than $500,000 on a ticket. So I had to stay behind. Those are some of the things we have to do, because it's not my money, it's taxpayer money. We have to be very careful how we spend our money while obviously doing our best in terms of meeting our obligations. But members are now tired, they want to go for lunch, and we still have to interact with the NYDA, so I'm going to leave it there. We will continue the discussions on Thursday when we see each other at your offices. But thank you very much to each official. A follow-up. Can you not do it on Thursday? Is it?
They can send it in writing, it's fine.
Okay, quickly.
She's not hungry. No, we're here to work. I sincerely apologize for that, but I kind of feel like this is very serious. During the
the answering of our questions. The doctor there at the back, together with the acting DG, they have indicated that they have identified an obstacle in terms of why they think they're unable to do their monitoring properly. And both of them emphasized on the issue of monitoring tool that is not automated. They don't have to answer me today. Maybe they can send it in writing as we've indicated. What I'd like to know is the fact that now that you have identified where the problem is there a plan in place to address it? Thank you so much.
All right, and then as we close off, we did speak about the issue of the naming and shaming of departments that don't work with you. I know it's a sensitive topic. We understand that you don't hold them to account because you are equal partners in this. But like I said, we also want to do our oversight and call those ones that are not working with you. So eventually, just when you do respond to us in writing, give us information. Of course, our budget vote will contain all our recommendations, and which we will share with you, of course, as we go to the budget vote debate.
Maybe, Chair, sorry about this. I know you want to close. Maybe just to reassure Honorable Letlape on the point that he raised on re-engineering of the department. I think it's just key to mention this. We are paying attention on this, on not just the organogram, but in terms of the workflow, the information, the structure, the fitness of purpose. So we will possibly in the next reporting cycle bring that as well to the portfolio committee.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think there's a lot that we still want to follow up on, but for example, the gentleman there at the back in the maroon spoke about the NYDA monitoring. We thank you for that response, but it's a bit problematic when we say we don't oversight the money. So I think we would also want to engage with you more on that. But colleagues, we now have to wrap up. I'm going to have to cut your lunch short. We will only be able to lunch until 2:30. We are far over time. So colleagues, please be back in the room at 2:30 so that we can continue discussions with the NYDA. Lunch will be outside. Members, I also want to remind you, next week we've got a constituency matters meeting. Please will you see Yolanda about which constituency matters you'll be raising in that meeting so that we are able to invite the correct stakeholders to respond. We will of course invite our department. Honourable Tsotete, I know which one you'll be raising, but just I've done a sheet with your names, so let's just write your issues so that we invite the correct people. Honourable Khadebe, you did tell me, but let's just tell Yolanda. Thank you, colleagues. We'll be back at 2:30.